Surge, Ibaka, Chu, Baka, Walker, Flocka. Lakers in 5. Surge, Ibaka, Chu, Baka, Walker, Flocka. Lakers in 6. Surge, Ibaka, Chu, Baka, Walker, Flocka. Lakers in 5. Serge Ibaka, Chua Baka, Waka Flocka. Lakers in 6. Oh, hey, David. I don't even know the service. Oh, one time I'm making all these changes. Nigga, goddamn. Let's create a different branch for this. What's this? Users. Okay. Serge Ibaka, Chu Blocker, Waka Flocka. Lakers in 5. Okay. Oh. Let's send these bots to people's chats, man. Sergi Barker, Chu Flocka, Walker Flocka. Lakers in 6. Okay, so let's see. We don't have any user. Okay. I'm gonna log out first. Register for a new account. Just gonna call this Venom. Run. No. Venom. Password Venom. Submit. So I'm just going to log in with those account details. Venom. Perfect. But I can't access this inventory. Okay. So at least the dashboard is working. Oh, but it seems like I've not set it up to render pages yet for. Did I see this? I've not added it to the route yet. Not template. User routes. Okay. I think there is a keyword for this. This is CA. Oh no. Yeah, not quite actually. Okay, peak definition. So speedy. I've forgotten the V motion that allows me to view this, so I'm just going to quickly check my new Vim config somewhere. I think that thing needs to be sitting somewhere. Let me just detach for a moment. Let me just cd.config cd new Vim what and nvim. Okay, I think I'm going to make a plugin for this because every now and then I forget those commands. Yeah, so oh shit. Lua Venom Core plugins LSP Saga. No, should be LSP config. So where is that command I'm looking for? Peak definition is GD, and it's a normal mode too. So I can tmax attach. Okay. Let's see what are those in this chat. Oh boy. There are bamboo bots everywhere. Okay. Yeah. How can't it find blueprint? It's reading this stuff as a variable. Exactly. I gotta activate my virtual environment. Let's new vim. Go to index, not routes, user. Good. And let's try this one more time. Perfect. One of the methods GD accepts URL prefix. Good. So I was looking for that. URL prefix. Wait. So self name string import name. Okay. So next thing is I say URL prefix, and I'm going to say this is for user / user. Now I'm going to go to init, and I'm going to add from round.user the routes import user. And we have to add a decorator that role required only the user. From rondo.user.routes import this. Nope. So it actually gets the file, and this is user I'm importing. Oh, so I didn't register the blueprint from no app.register blueprint user. So let's check our server if it's still running. Good. Now what else? I'm going to close the server. I'll just say Flask routes. Why is it not getting the user routes? This is strange. So user.route. Okay, so let me check from the Flask documentation. Flask blueprint. Oh, Flask URL prefix.
Yo, big man, how far? I say, I beg, I don't retire. I want back where I feel bring the lapino. Send me that thing. I give my release more stress. I don't tire. At least, my clear head tomorrow before I want continue. At least, my release more stress. Lapino. Send me that thing. I give my release more stress. I don't tire. At least, my clear head tomorrow before I want continue.
Admin, huh? Job right there. Let's see.
I don't retire. I want back where I feel bring the lapino. Send me that thing. I give my release more stress. I don't tire. At least, my clear head tomorrow before I want continue.
Let's use that class. Perfect. So it's still practically what I was just thinking in my head. She lost out of her head. She didn't know how to ride. My sweetie put it in. Every night. She said I got my song. It's like my soul. My soul. I got my baby. I don't wanna see. I don't wanna see. Baby, yes, I saw no. I said I was lying, but I didn't say I was lying. Nobody got a phone like that. She said I'm love. You belong to me, and I belong to her. Space. Oh dear. because I know this is the Lord. I go pull up in my stress board. I pull up on a pull up more. Who they, I don't know if says it's gonna be standing by this obviously. She always send the list.
confirm. Maybe I'll be there by 12:30. Do a neighbor don't can leave me picking for you now. Since sharp, I wash sharp. Hope she will come back before that time.
lace. If you need to brush that should have brush and small. No need over washing. I will move the lace before you brush. No. Yeah, if it's what I'm building a web application for handling a small business. Here is it. So currently I'm working on the user's side, the user's dashboard, I think. Yeah. So, but I have some issues with it. I'm trying to prevent unexpected users from logging into this page, and they need to request an approval from the administrator before they are able to operate. So that's exactly what I'm working on. So yeah. So currently there's an issue in the background. There is this bug I don't understand. For some reason it's not getting one of my Python files here, because normally we call a Python file like that, but something is happening there. I can't seem to find my way to get why the file is not displaying. So that's the bug I'm trying to fix. So I'm trying to figure it out, what is happening. So I'm trying to see what is happening there and then try it. So right now I'm currently just trying out a bunch of things. I'm printing out a current user, because that is the session that stores the user's state at some point. So I'm just trying to see that figured out. And by the way, thanks for joining the stream too. So you see me probably I could be quiet like this is because, you know, I'm just starting to stream. I'm a beginner streamer, so you might notice I don't frequently look at the chat very often, because I know not many people will follow it. So I'm just, you know, but if you have any question, I'll see through the chat here. Where could this issue come from? Custom routers, custom. Don't get why it's not even displaying. Let's see something. This is from Rondo user. You see, so that's my problem. Like right now, it's not even showing that module as part of the options for me to select. It's just showing routes and utils, which is it's very strange to me. I was expecting to see custom decorators, but it's not picking it up. So there should be an issue somehow, somewhere. So I'm just going to rename this file and see. Probably that could fix it. Let's see jcode.py. Yeah. So let's try that. Let's go back to our routes. So from rondo dot user dot, you see, still yet I can't it's not picking up. Import is approved. And even auto imports are working. They're telling me that something actually is there, and this guy is saying import rondo.user.deco could not be resolved, report missing imports. Yeah, so I'll just try to run it again and see what the issue could be. Yeah, thank you for asking out. Thank you for asking. Yeah, sure. But I'm willing to ask questions, because right now I'm just sitting back now. You've noticed I'm just sitting, just trying to process what exactly is going on in the code. So I'm trying to process it. Let me try this. I'm going to delete this line. I'll remove this. I'll just let that be. Now let me try to run it normally and see. Normally this should work, but yeah, obviously I don't have rights to view that page. But if I try to do something else, let's see. Okay, now let me try to log to the console, the current user, because the file name is not supposed to stop this from picking up. So I'm still going to put this custom decorators, because this file is just for custom decorators. Obviously it's approved, blah 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 blah, checks if a user account is profiled. Now let's go to the routes. Let's see, custom decorators, role required, and so on. Everything looks fine here. So let me stop the server a bit and try to restart it again. But let me check the routes. And among the routes I'm displaying there, so you can see this route is indicating that it's present, and the user dashboard, they are all present. So definitely there's something else bugging here. So I have to figure it out. Okay, so let's try to import it again. So from from rondo dot user dot yet again it's not appearing. Okay, let's try this. Let's come to custom decorators. Now this init.py file, I'm going to delete this. I'll put it back anyway. Okay, so from rondo.custom, the user.custom decorators, import is approved. Oh, so for some reason now it's working. I don't know if it was my init.py file messing up with things, but let me try to add the file again one more time. Okay, now let's go to the routes by the py file, save this file. Everything seems to be working fine. So let's copy back this same line of code, paste it here, uncomment it out. It's active, no, it will be is approved. Good. And this time I want to wipe out all of this. It expects an argument too. I'm just going to write here pending, just to test it for the meantime. And I have to put this in a list because I'm trying to get this option in the list. Okay, then let's go to custom decorators, user, and here I'm checking for a list, checking if there's a text called pending. Okay, but I'm still going to fix that up so that it gets the actual users pending database result. So I'll check that later on. So let me go back there and run it. So let's check from the server, refresh, perfect, no error, good. But now seems like this is approved. It hasn't started working yet because it was supposed to check if there's pending. So if it's approved, so let's go to the previous file. Let's print if it finds it out. So print checked. Okay, let's go now to refresh. So nothing has been printed out to my terminal. Oh, so I'm on dashboard, user/dashboard. Okay, perfect. So it works perfectly. It redirected me to the page. Perfect. So it says checked. Good. So your account has not been approved. So we need to check that there. Perfect. Now I need to remove this. After removing that, save this first. Then I'm going to try to get the current user from here. So I'm going to import that from Flask. No, from Flask login. Import current user. And then here I'm just going to try to print out the current user, just to be sure that the current user is available in this context. Okay, server is still running. Let's refresh. So let us use a good. So that works still. Okay, so it gets the user quite well, so the context still works well. So let me modify this so it gets the user's context. So we no longer need any input. We just simply need to get the context of the user. So we see current user. Let me look at that stuff again. Okay, so current user dot permissions. I guess that's it. Dot permissions. I think that should return me a list of permissions. But there's going to be an error. Obviously, there's going to be an error. Perfect. There's going to be an error. No, that's not the error I was expecting anyway. That's not the error I was expecting. So let me wipe this out first. Oh, if I'm not passing any parameter, excuse me, I mean peak definition. Our login required. Okay. So I just need to pass in the font at once. Okay. Let's move this. No. FM. Wait. Let me try something here. Oh shit. Alright, so current user the permissions. So I'm just going to undo some things here first. Let's leave this at this first, and then I'm just going to print out current user the permissions. And I think there used to be an issue here. Okay, so I'm just going to undo these two as well. There is something I want to check while this is running. Okay, good. So if we notice, where is it? The statement did get printed out. If pending permissions, print current user dot permissions. What? Oh, so I need to test this on the dashboard route first. I was checking it wrong route. Okay. Let's do dot permissions. Okay, so he has one permission called read. Okay, But normally there are supposed to be two permissions there. There's going to be read and pending. So there are two permissions. So you will check. But now when it gets this list, it has to extract it and bring it in a form of a text. So there's a certain method I wrote. I think it was under templates, no? So under utils, it says get permission objects. I think I still have this method too here as well. So get permission objects. So it checks the permissions. Okay, so checks. Perfect. So okay. So I'm just going to say from roundel.models, no, .user.utils import the check permission function, and then I'm going to go down here, and instead of this permissions, we're going to write check permission, and it's just simply going to be a current user dot permissions instead. Argument missing for what? Wait. Permissions list required permission. Oh no, that's not the one I'm looking for. Is get permission object, sorry. So permission objects. So that's it instead. So let's delete that one instead. So we are checking if pending is found inside. So rather, let's just say we'll delete everything inside. I just say hello. Okay, just like checked. I think that is that. Then I'm going to go back to this routes.py file. We're just going to let it pending there for now. And I'm also going to activate this and rename this to is approved, so that we can all have it doesn't matter what I pass in there, it's still not going to check using the list anyways. So I just wanted to be able to check even on that link as well. Okay, so let's refresh. Okay, so permission has no object, permissions object has no attribute lower. If current user the permissions, okay, let's see something. Before printing check, no, just above here, let us print current user dot, no, that's not what I need to check. I want to check the type. I'm guessing it's a tuple. So I'm guessing it's a tuple, that's why probably it's throwing me that error. Let's refresh now and see. Let's go up before the error occurred. So it's a class of SQL ORM collections instrumented list. Okay, whatever. And I'm sure if I put something like 0 there, it's going to tell me that object not subscriptable, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so let's try. Okay, that actually worked. So that was what I was supposed to do. So that fixes the issue. So current permissions, and I just have to do it like that. Perfect. Now that should solve the error. Okay, now that was the error I was expecting. Permissions object is not iterable. let's look at it. But this get permissions object, what does it do again? Permissions for permission in perm list. So it's just a list of permissions, right? And it checks. Okay. Okay, I want to search this keyword. Sometimes we even forget our source script. Get permission objects. I want to see where I use these things. What did I do here? So, oh, yeah. So that is different. So rather, I was passing instead default row permissions. This is what I was instead looking for here. I was rather passing in a list containing just raw strings. Meanwhile, I was sending, where is the place? Oh, okay, that is custom decorators. So instead I was sending a file which cannot be subscriptable. So let's just put that empty list there for now, and I'm going to fix that up. So let's go back to our utils.py file. This one says check permission, this one says delete previous permissions. So I'm going to delete all these methods. When I need them, I'll get them. I'm just going to save def get streams. I don't know about the naming. And what I want to do is I want to get the permissions list, the objects as a list. So I want to get the objects first. So it could be permissions, no, objects. Yes, it's the permissions. And this could it could be a string, and it could be a permissions like this, or it could also just be a list of permissions. So let's pass that for now. Okay. Oh, by the way, this is Python here, not capital L like that. Okay, so I want to check, because normally the current user is supposed to print to me multiple permissions. So if I go to current user dot permissions, normally what we should see here is there's normally going to be multiple, like here. So it's a list, and then it has different objects inside. So I can't even be saying it's one list, by the way. So I'm just going to put it as a list. Yeah, it should just be a list. Yeah, it will just be a list. So it's just going to be a list, and then yeah, I'll not pass, I'll just add an import. So we'll just do for perm and permissions. What do we want to do? We want to get okay, so we can do this with a list concatenation. So I guess that'll make it easier. So just go straight to the return statement. Return a list of perm or perm. No, this will be perm.name. I think that's it. Perm.name for perm and permissions, like that. So that should get us all the individual names, because under the permissions, nope, it should be class permission. You see there is a method called name, so it's going to get me the string type of it. So for perm the name for perm in permissions, so that should return everything to me. Okay. Oh, sorry. Now, so let's check now in, where is it? Routes.py now. No, custom decorators. And here we're just going to import what was the name of that method again? My brain is failing me. So get strings, but I have to work at that naming. Let me think of a good name at once and fix this up, because saying I'm going to come back here is a lie. What name can I give to this function? Okay, so get permission strings, like that. So get permission strings. I think that should do. Get permission strings. And I think we don't need this. We don't need any of this. Yeah. Good. Now we can do, and then we come here and we say that we should get permission string. From rando.user.utils, okay, import get permission strings, and then we just come down here, move that line, so get permission strings, and it will just simply be current user dot permissions. Perfect, and that should do it. But I'm still going to fix this issue with the permissions list. Let me make sure that it's working. So let me refresh. Good, so no errors. And when I check from the terminal, do I get that checked? Okay, so print check. So obviously the check is going to fail because currently the user I have doesn't have an account that is checked. That has the keyword pending, right? So let me create a new user account to test this out. I need to be sure that it works. Wait. Okay, so let me log out and register. Create a new account. Just gonna create this as. So I already have an account named Venom, so I'm just going to do Veno veno@gmail.com. Veno. Let's sign in. Type error where object of non-type is unsubscriptable. Users the permission that append perm. Oh, that's routes auth.routes.py line 76. So auth/routes, and we say line 76. So go to line 76. Let's find out what's the issue there. Oh, so it says object of type I saw this under permissions rather. Perm in get permissions. Okay. And when I look under default role permissions, so let's default role permissions. So obviously there is no pending permission in the database, so that's why this error was throwing. So that's why there's an error throwing up. So I need to seed my database again. So I'm just going to close this. Flask seed. No, let me check it out first. Let me check the commands. Yeah, so let me try, but I'm sure there's going to be an error because yeah. So the data already exists. So I'm just going to modify that command in such a way that temporarily, just for the moment, so that I can be able to add so I'm just going to add here pending. So it adds just this once, right? I just want to see it quickly. Good. Then return things back to how they were. Good. Save that file now. Perfect. Now, if I do flask run and we go back here and refresh, that should solve that issue. Perfect. So that works well now. Now we can log in with that account called Veno, password called Veno. And what I'm expecting is when we log in the first time, it should send me an error message that I'm not being approved. Well, what happened to my? Why is my user account not active throwing me a 302? Is this some kind of loop? Strange. Okay, now I have to check this. So probably there's an issue somewhere. So it's approved. Oh, I see. I get it. Now in my auth or routes, I set this method here. Where is it? There's a method here I set for when a user is logging in. Like it's a redirect, so we redirect the user to a certain route, to their default route. Now what happens here is, if I'm guessing it right, so when the user logs in successfully, is logged in, and is redirected to their default route. So this get user route, all it simply does is, this is all it does, it returns the path for that particular user. And if I do this here, you'll notice that route path here is for this guy. For user is user.dashboard. So it means that's what the login page is going to return for the user. Now, if we go now to the user's route, when we come to this dashboard, it gets to this is approved. And when it starts to check if it's approved, now let us go to the is approved now. It will check if the user profile, and when it reaches here, it says is there pending right here, and then it redirects URL for user not active, right? And then when it gets here to this guy here is approved too, it also shows the same message. You see, it shows the same thing. So what I need to do is I need to delete this guy. That should solve it. Perfect. That was good. So that should solve it. But now, which means this page is going to display only for users who are logged in. Now, there should be a way for me to handle the case where if this user actually is not having is approved or is pending, they should not be redirected. They should just use the page. I think that's the implementation I was trying to get so far. Because if I refresh this, it should show only this message. This page is just to display this message. But it's only a user who can see this page, and the user has to be logged in. I see. So I don't know if I should keep the user logged in while I'm displaying this information, because yeah, the user is logged in. Now I noticed there was a small bug. I noticed when I search for dashboard, this user was accessing the dashboard, which is quite strange. I thought I protected the super admin routes. Oh, so it's not protected. So let's paste that here. I thought I protected this route. Now it's not even super admin at this time, it's just the super admin who is going to be viewing these routes at all times. So no such thing as an administrator is going to be doing this per the requirements. So I'm going to remove this one as well. Okay, so that should do it. Save that. Good. Now if I try to do this, it tells me what? Another error. Wait. Now when it checks dashboard and it returns an error, why is it taking me back to this page? Okay, but when I click dashboard, why is it redirecting me? Why is the server crashing? Okay, let me check from that dashboard. Maybe I copied by the wrong method. So role required is super admin. Yeah. But why is it taking me down to that location? I was expecting to see this message Sorry, did not have access rights to view this page. That's what I was expecting to see. Okay, now let me log out this user. Oh, I see. So let me see. Veno. Your account has not been approved. Now, what if this user now tries to access a route they don't have access to? And now it redirects me back to the dashboard. So there's a problem somewhere. That is a very weird bug. Oh, role required. I think there is a piece of code there that says it returns to super admin. Exactly. Okay, so this is the loop. So I have to fix this by... Okay, I get it. Because since the user is already logged in, it returns this user back to superadmin.dashboard, and the same thing happens again. So it's creating like some kind of small loop or whatsoever. Okay, let's see. I got the eye of the tiger, fire dancing through the fire, 'cause I'm champion, and you're gonna hear me roll louder, louder, 'cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, look, look, oh, oh, oh. You're gonna hear me. Oh, I thought I already pushed this thing in. Okay, so let's just add it. I'm going to remove this from here. Yeah, I'm going to remove the permissions gradually. So let's save that first, and let's remove this this approved permissions. So good. That should solve the issue. Cannot import name app is approved from rondo.custom decorators. This same nonsense error again, no sir. What's this? Okay, so let's refresh to user. Okay, perfect. So that feature works well. Now I just have to stop that infinite loop whenever I try to access the wrong route, a route which I don't have access to. I need to stop this from crashing the server multiple times. So if I check my definition for role required, alright, here I need to go. So let's jump to custom decorators. So rather than redirecting the user, so anytime somebody tries to access a route that they don't have, or they are not supposed to access to, I should log them out. They should be logged out. They should be logged out. But now let me just try not to log them out first. Let me come to those utils.py here. Now there was a certain method I put. Yeah, get user route. So let's put it also in this custom decorators. So let's use it here. So we're going to say from rondo.auth.utils import okay, so oh my goodness, from rondo.auth.utils import get user route. So rather than trying to redirect them to a specific page, we just simply get user route, and we take the current user dot role dot name. I think that's it. So is the user, so I just need to pass in the user and it's going to get the rest for me. Okay, so I can remove this one. Oh my goodness. CIW. So current user, argument of type what? Yeah, whatever. Let's print the current user. Now the type. Okay, let's refresh that boy. Perfect. That is working like expected. But let me check the terminal. Okay, good. So I'm sure that should ensure that all users are getting redirected to their assigned page. Yeah, that's about it. Ouch. Ah, yeah. Now if somebody was assigned a different role, oh, you end up like, we don't need to always. Perfect. Perfect. Good. But I'm sure when I'll use /logout, I'll see lots of flash messages. Precisely. So how do I prevent that? Okay. Let's see. YouTube. Let me write that bug down because I might easily forget. So fix the bug. Now this may be a pen for me to be using more. Okay, so fix the bug where error messages so I don't even know if I need to just check. Let me see. How many? No. How can I customize Flash? How to display Flash error messages on some pages, right? Flash. let's check the docs. Mm-hmm. Okay, got flash messages. Oh, so I can use with the category filter. Okay. Okay. Then in the back end, how do I send that? So let's see how many parameters does the flash function take. Okay. Okay. So I can pass in categories. Eh, Interesting. should solve my problems. So I can say if category is not as long as the category is not equal to wait. Oh, okay. So if the user is not authenticated, it should not show. Yeah, let me check the flash. Okay, so I just need to prevent this one should show like an error, but I will come to. So this is why I need to make that login page my own component. Form error messages. say with categories. I'm going to say with categories. Okay, so I'm going to components. I'm going to copy. Now we say with messages. Okay, with messages. With messages now I'm going to add okay equals to get with messages equals to get flash messages. This time not with categories. We're going to do rather with category filter, and we set this to so instead of form error messages, you will be login form error messages. I'm going to cut that. I'm going to paste it in here. And next, I'm going to do is go to auth login. Instead of form error, it's going to be login form error message. And I want the login form, because if we go to login, let's go to my auth routes. All these flash messages, it should catch only danger, right? Just danger. Everyone I'm seeing is danger. Danger and success. Danger, success, info. Danger, success, info. Danger, success, info. Okay. So there should be danger, success, info. If messages for category, perfect, that solves that problem, right? Okay, so that error messages don't get displayed there. So let's try this one more time. I don't know why I closed the server, seriously. Okay, so let's log in. I'm going to do Veno, and I'm going to also do Veno. User account not active, and I'm going to try to go to dashboard. It should redirect me. Again, I'm going to try to go to dashboard. And I'm going to try to log out. Now, successfully logout didn't show. Anytime I log out, I want them to show me an info message. So routes. Success, danger, success, info. Form error messages. Perfect. Okay, so that's all that issue. Routes. So GD. Editor errors, model static, super admin, templates, user. Okay. So that's right about YouTube's. Or custom decorators. No. Yeah. Okay. So component slash login forms error messages dot html, right? That's about that. Then we have form error messages, category message, this login form. Perfect, looks good. So let's keep checking. Let's see if there's any other issue. Dashboard table, login form, register. Okay, so we need rather should be login form error messages. That's it. Login form error messages. I don't know why, but I don't know why info did not show. need to log in before you can log out. Venom. Now let's do Rondo. Like the fact that you was able to override that because of your view. I mean, log out. It's not success message anymore. Wow. Can you imagine? So I was like wondering like, what's happening. Too many unpacked values. Too many values to unpack. Expected to. God 5. Category filter. Better. Okay, so there's no need for messages any longer because from the API, well, once we do that, it's basically about just showing for message and message. So no need for this category stuff. Makes sense. So if we see check if there's messages, so for message and message display message. Perfecto. Let's refresh. Log out successful. Mwah. But now I went and changed it. It was info, so it should be a success. Let's go back to our routes. Okay. So let's see Venom. Your account has not been approved. Oops. Your account has not been approved. Contact your administrator. Contact. Okay, so I just need to centerize this text. User. No. Not active. Let's do a style tag here. I'm going to say margin top. I'm going to put a div here. I'm going to move this boy here. Inside here. And what we're going to do, we're going to add something in like a class. Put, oh my goodness. That's content. We're not going to end there. We're going to do style. This. So, margin top. 100 pixels. Width. 200 pixels. Height. 200 pixels, and margin left, auto, margin right. Watch this bad boy. Okay, so that box was really too small. So I'm going to remove this contents. Spread your wings. So there's no need for this button. Your account, so it's some information. 40%. So contact the administrator. And then we just leave a link here. Perfect. I think I've activated that feature is really set up. Bullseye. So we have make it possible for user to be approved before accessing any dashboard. Okay, now we still have to add this, but this is like 90% done. All I simply have to do is set up this. So if a user is on the admin, Yo, comment est-ce que tu
Perfect example of work and salary.
Detection de deux autos. Man, the peace. Don't tell me what. Ulung bang bang. Bang bang. Ulung bang bang. Bang bang ana. Hands in the air.
Man, I got deals all day. Really take trips pulling up on the stage. But I ain't seen no one familiar face.
I'm trying to say what's new with me. Gonna casa, I. welcome Reaper. Yeah, I'm working on a small Python project. It's a project for a certain business. I'm just imagining in my head. Like it's just to manage users, create different administrative ranks. So like if I have a computer shop where I sell things like sell computers, sell laptops, I want to be able to add information to my database, to be able to add do an inventory, to be able to make sales, and then I want to be also able to manage some users too. That means I can also assign administrators. So currently right now I was working on, like you can see on the screen now, it's showing user spending. Means not everybody can just log into the site. So currently there are 3 accounts. I created like 3 or 4 accounts currently. So if I try to log out now, right now, so if I try to log out right now, so log out successful. So if I use the account I was logged into was the super administrator. So if I log into an account which has not been verified currently or has not been approved, like this one, I'm going to get the info that my account has not been approved, and I cannot fast check through the links up here. So probably you need to build websites and protect them efficiently, and so sometimes it's possible that the user might figure out that one of the addresses could be like /dashboard, like, or something, you see. So even if they go to the /dashboard route, they will still be redirected to this page. So that's what I'm trying to round up now. So I have a book here that has some of my features there. If you can't see it from the book, but I have it here on in my new Vim here. So let me show you. So this is the tracker here, what I'm doing today. So currently I've done already 2 of this stuff, and it's just left with me 1 of them. So that's what I'm working on. So now I'm trying now to to work on the dashboard for the users, editors, and admin dashboard. So that's what I'm trying to work on now, is to give them a customized database. They have a special URL prefix and so on. So that's what I'm working on right now. By the way, thanks for joining the chat. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm just learning to stream. I'm still testing out lots of things, so please don't expect much. So fortunately I was even looking at the screen, like I wouldn't have even seen that you joined. Yeah, so that's what I'm working on currently. So I'm just trying to write up how I'm going to approach this particular problem. That's what I'm really looking at now more. So I can log out now from here. So there's a button here that allows me to log out. So I'm going to log out. Now I'm going to log in now with the super administrator account. So Rondo admin. That's cool, man. Yeah, we all learning. It's a tough ride. I'm even surprised today I streamed today. I had like 4 unique viewers. I'm like so shocked. Yeah, they're like the 5th person out of the bloom who just click on the stream, and I'm dead surprised. Like the first streams I did, I didn't even get single person, and I was streaming like for 4 hours. But today, just 3 hours in, and I'm getting like random people joining, and that's so nice. That's so nice. It proves that actually you can actually get discovered here quite easily. I know you're not judging me. I know. I'm just saying, it's a new venture, so stuff happens. So like here, this is the section where they add the stock, they do the stock entries, and then it appears here. So this is where people add the stock, like the super administrator adds stocks or does the inventory, and then you come here to the user management tab. So here it lists all the users currently, so you can see all the users and their permissions. So a user can't do more than their permissions currently. So they have their permissions, what they can do. So like this is one of the accounts that has not been validated yet, so he's still showing, means his permission is pending. So when a user has a permission called pending, he can't access the site. But when the administrator approves them, they now have the ability to log in at any time. But they will still be limited, so they can't access some routes. There are things they can't do while still being a user. For example, let me show you what I'm talking of. So let me log out. So now let me go to an account that has been verified. So let me just go. This is Venom. Another one like Venom here. Good. So like this is the inventory, and this is the user management. It's true I'm going to hide these tabs obviously so that they don't even see in the first place. But if he tries to click it, it's going to tell him that sorry, you do not have the access rights to this page. If I click user management, the same message is going to appear. So he only has access, even with the logs, he doesn't have access to it. You see. Let me close this so that you see like the errors are reading. You see. So he can't access any of those pages until he gets the right access levels. So that's the thing. So I'm just trying to improve it. The interface, by the way, shit, it's trash. Horrible interface, but I'm going to fix it up. It's like this is the demo. I want to just get the features working well. Then I'm going to really take my time to work on a suitable UI. Yeah, I do have a reason why I'm not using. The only framework I'm using here is a backend framework, and I'm using Bulma.io. I think you have heard of Bulma. I think this is it here. This is Bulma here. No, here. So I'm using Bulma temporarily just to put some little bit of nice design on the interface. But that's all. I don't want any front-end frameworks. I just want to build the stuff. If there's something that needs even reactivity, I'm going to write it in pure vanilla JavaScript. Because there's a part where there's a feature where I have to implement where it's going to show all the actions carried out by different roles in the system. So that particular option needs a bit of reactivity where it's going to automatically show up every result that appears on screen. Like if somebody just does an action, it should display on the super admin's dashboard. That's what I want to carry out. So my plan is to do that in pure vanilla JavaScript. I don't want to do no frameworks. I just enjoy working without frameworks. Just enjoy working with it. But yeah. But if I was to use a framework though, I'll use Vue.js. But all of this is Python. All of this is Python. I did all of this in Python. Nothing, it's not a Flask or something else. I'm using Flask, by the way. Then I'm using Flask. My code editor, I'm using NeoVim, as you can see. Yeah, that's the server, and he has an open. The GitHub repo is I actually made the GitHub repo public. I think it was 2 days ago, 2 or 3 days ago. So you can check out the repo link. Let me drop it in the chat. No, I'm not a super user, man. I'm still learning NeoVim. There are just so many things I'm still trying to catch up with it, but I love it. I really love it. It kind of like elevates my ability to work quickly, productivity, and that's all. But I also use VS Code from time to time. For example, like if I come here, let me open my VS Code. I still have VS Code working. This is my VS Code here. I still use VS Code even on this project too. I used to code, especially when I go to Windows, because NeoVim on Windows is trash. I don't like it. It's not the same feel. It's not the same feel. So I still use VS Code. I still prefer VS Code at some projects, especially if I'm building a desktop software. I'll prefer Windows and VS Code. But if I'm just working on a web project or working on something like a little script, I prefer NeoVim. It's lightweight though. That's why. So let me get that project. Let me open it up here. Okay, so I'm just going to go to Jesus Christ. Why am I typing like this? So let me drop the link to that project. I think that this project, I've been working on it currently for like 3 months. Not actively every day, but I think it's my third most maintained project by me. I've maintained other projects, personal projects, but this one is a bit longer. It's one of the longest, one of them. It was a project I maintained on my repository for like 2 years before I stopped pushing lots of changes. Okay, so this is the project here. If you're using SSH, you can do that. If you're using HTTP, that's up to you. So, but let me drop that there. So that's it. So what about you? How did you get into coding? What's your own story? What's your own background? How did you get into coding? It seems like you're quite familiar with JavaScript more. Okay, why is that far? So I just need to go to the super main routes dashboard. Now I need to add a route for approving administrators. So this is, I can get rid of that. So we can just do something like superadmin.route. Ah, nice. So you like MongoDB, ExpressJS, React, and Node. Is that it? If I'm not mistaken, it's been long since I followed up those stack stuff. Yeah, so it should be React, yeah, Mern, MongoDB, ExpressJS, React, Node. Nice, lovely. But have you worked with Vue.js before? Have you worked with Vue.js before? Yeah, it's a nice framework. It's really one to look out for. Currently, when I worked on a certain front end project, yeah, it's a nice framework. Give me a minute. Just give me a minute. It's really a nice framework. Just give me a minute. Steve-O, just should have a power. Come here. Yeah, come. Yeah, I've used Vue.js. One thing I liked about Vue.js was because it kind of it didn't block me from writing vanilla JavaScript. I feel like React kind of like push you to follow a streamlined way of doing something, and that kind of, it's a bit like an off thing for me, because if I'm using React, if I'm using a JS, I like to write vanilla JS more, honestly. But yeah, it could probably be a skill issue too. It could be a skill issue. It is what it is. It could be a skill issue. So take what I just said with a pinch of salt, yeah, a pinch of salt. I want to switch my windows to my main screen here. My second screen is a bit buggy. Okay. Alright, let me switch it up. Good. Now let me put it back that way. So I wanted to fix something there. Perfect. Hopefully you still see the screen well. Good. So we have So what I'm trying currently right now to do is to add an approve user function. So it's to add an approve user. So there's a login required, and also for somebody, for a superadmin to approve a user, they also have to be also require that they must have the role. So nearly all my functions are being decorated with this superadmin keyword decorator. So def approve user. So I'll put a function there. And then what I want to just do is that it will return and redirect. It's going to do a redirect. Is that it? Yeah, it's going to do a redirect rather to the home page. So it's just going to be superadmin, and we do that dot dashboard like that. So I'm going to redirect to a superadmin dot dashboard. Now under this approve user, what I want to do is first I want to get the user that we need to approve them, get the ID. Yeah, everyone wants to ship software faster, so they are running for frameworks, but there are some niche that are not super. Yeah, true. You know, with the rise of AI right now, everybody is like on a wave of either AI or I'm working with framework this, framework that. So right now it's quite a good time to really harness the skills of programming. I'm learning every day. Like I'm really trying as much as possible to really take time to understand what it is I'm doing, so that I don't rush over stuff. Because if I keep rushing over, you know, at some point there's when competence becomes very visible. Like when somebody sees you and knows you're good, it becomes it's so heartwarming. But if you're just the kind, if one is just the type of person where we just copy and paste code, it becomes a problem. Exactly, no vibe coding. Like whoever came up with that word vibe coding, that guy. I was reading. You do you follow the Prime Agene? I saw from one of his articles he was reviewing on, and that's when I realized he was talking about that there was a certain guy who came up with this term vibe coding, and the thing is just blowing up everywhere. Say vibe coding. So I want to get the users first that need to be approved. So first I need to get the users from the database first. No, I need to get a specific user. So to get this specific user, I'm going to attach a certain parameter, and I'm going to call this let's say user ID, and it's going to be of type int like that. So why I'm doing this is so that when I get to approve a particular user, I'm approving just one particular user. I'm not doing any bulk approvals, just once. So I'm just going to do, and then based on the principal in Flask, we have to do this too, and that's the user ID. And from there we can now do stuff like so I want to get that specific user. Is going to be a db.session.execute. So we execute, and then we're going to do a db.select. I'll do something like the users. And now we want to select a particular user. Fetch. I think I've forgotten the method where we specify exactly where the user's ID, or where we are specifying that where user ID equals to 1. I don't know. I think I've missed that. So this is a good time for me to check the documentation, because okay, so I found it here. So db.select.filter by, fine, fantastic. So db.session dot I think it's a filter by, and I'm sure this thing works, but on the select method it is that it? db.select, yeah, it works on the table, the method itself, the select method. Okay, so this is filter by. Okay, so what we're filtering by, we're saying the user ID, no, ID. But let me just check that real quick. So it's ID here. Okay, so I want to filter by the user's ID. Okay, so we'll filter by id will be equals to user id, like that, and we close that bracket there. And then we are going to say dot fetch one. So this fetch one method ensures that if the user is not found, then we are going to return just one of the user. So I think this is the last feature I'm going to add before I close the stream, because I'm already reaching 4 hours. So let's fetch one. So db.session.execute, select users, like that. So I'm going to fetch one. So let me try that. So fetch one, and then after getting the user, we want to, let me just print out the user first. Now what we have not done yet is to set up this method to work, and the way we go about doing that in Python is quite simple. My formatter is timing out, horrible, whatever. So the way we do this is we have to go to the template. So I just need to go to main.html, and that's for my super admin. And for pending users, I want to go now to the end of the text, the line. Now in the place of this approve, I'm going to put a link here. So it's going to be curly braces like that, and I'm going to have something like, oh, that's too much. Oh, there was too much there, so I'm going to put 2 like that, and I'm going to say URL 4, and I'm going to say so I have to use double ticks. So I'm going to pass in super admin. I need to check the name of this method, the name of the function, approve user. So super admin dot approve user. So super admin dot approve, that's 3 P's, approve user. Good. And then here I'm going to pass in another parameter and call it user id is going to be equals to user.id, and this user.id is coming as a result from this for loop here. So there's a user parameter I passed in already, so I'm just going to take advantage of that. While the ignore statement, I'm going to use JavaScript to just remove this OL statement completely. So this is it. So I'm just going to use that OL statement to remove things completely. Now let me format this thing here. This line, this code is like, it's too far to the end. Exactly. Perfect. So this is more readable. Good. So superadmin.approve user id equals to user id. Okay. So we can save that, and I will run to the page. Let's check now in our browser. Okay, so I need to log out. Wow, what's happening? What did I do wrong? Malformed URL. Why? Isn't that how? Okay, so let me go and check it out. What precisely did I do wrong? So I have to pause the streaming for now, but I'm going to continue later on. Thanks, man, for joining the stream. I haven't, my laptop just indicated it's going to go dead. Bye. No, I'm not a college student. I'm working, and neither am I working. I'm not a college student, but neither am I